Hi guys, sorry, I'm eating right now. How are we all today? Um, Let me finish chewing that. Okay, hi. What are we all up to today? I already have the cleaning done, minus anything for dinner that's going to need done. And then I'm just uploading something real quick. Okay, we'll let that upload. Anyways, what are we all up to today? I forgot to charge my mouse, so that's currently charging. Um, we already have the cleaning done. I already took a shower. Ellie, have you gone outside? Haven't you? Yeah, you good girl. You good girl. Um, so I just gotta like find something for dinner tonight, and then I was just working on a small project here. Small project, as in it's not gonna be very big. Um, Nothing like crazy for me. This is gonna be a scarf from my niece. Um, we're only a few rows in, so I was like, oh well, I can work on that while I wait for sprints to start here. So that's what I probably just gonna finish up this row before I put it down for the night. I don't have much more to go for that, but it's gonna be a scarf for money. So we got a little chunk. I'm thinking it's probably gonna have to be at least double this, and my judgment is based on me stacking it like this, on top of each other to see how thick it is. I mean, I feel like that would probably be fairly decent thickness wise for a toddler. I mean, I may make it a little bit thicker than that. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see how crazy we get into this. Um, yeah, that's what I'm working on there. And then we're gonna be playing reading roulette. And if you're new here and you don't know what reading roulette is, it's where I have way too many books that are in the middle. I'm in the middle of reading, and I don't want to decide, so I let a spinner wheel decide. Um, it's stinking. For one, I have to find headphones for this first one. But I mean, right now I'm listening to well, watching slash listening to Lindsay Clancy Murder Trial Deep Dive Postpartum Psychosis of Premeditated Murder by Pop Apologist. Um, this was posted like a few days ago, but yeah, it's just like giving a synopsis of stuff so far, which is kind of why I was watching it. But stuff that's on my reading roulette wheel right now is Kiss of the Black Flame, which I was reading last week, War, Alchemized, Queer Mythology, which is a graphic novel, Dracula, and I have Blood Ex Libris, which is an ALC. I mean, it's already out, but I have the ALC, and that's actually what got picked on my wheel was Blood Ex Libris. So once I'm finished with this deep dive here, I'm gonna be listening to that. So then my crafting wheel, which is also another lovely roulette wheel for us, um, and the sides, what we're gonna work on, and the things that are on that are diamond painting 1, diamond painting 2, which is um, my mountainscape one or my eyeball one that I'm trying to finish up before I start any of my new ones. My half double crochet blanket, which is like way too hot to work on actually, but you know what? We didn't get that anyways. Coloring, so sometimes I like to color, so I have my Iconic Cities coloring book over there I could do. Um, my niece's blanket, my niece's scarf, or the fantasy blanket. And actually, what got picked was my niece's blanket, which I don't even know why I had on my whip wheel because it's not even a whip. It's going to be a whip now, but it's not even um, a whip yet because it's currently looking like this. So, but the wheel has decided that we're gonna start my niece's blanket tonight. So, I guess that's what we're doing. So, this is the color that she picked out. She picked it herself. Um, She doesn't really know what I'm doing, but it's fine. I had her pick the yarn, so this is the color she picked. This is her favorite color is this blue color, so that's what we're gonna do. So guess we're starting that tonight. I just gotta find headphones. I don't know where my favorite set of headphones is. I don't know if I have it like in my purse or my bag or if they're in my car somewhere or if I left them at work. I don't know where they are. I know I have another set, but they're just not my favorite. You know, this is like the 15th time I've lost these though. We'll see who's here. Hello, Elena. By the way, Ellie ran away. If you guys were wondering where she went. Elena's doing good, fantastic. And Glenda is here. Hello. And a hello to Elena. And Toya's here. And says hello to Ellie. Ellie's eating right now. She's hungry. Shelby. Toya says hello, even though you're hiding. I vacuumed. And also to Elena and Glenda. We're reading the second book in the Light Luck series, which is Nightbane. I own the first two of those. I haven't gotten to that one. What's the third one called? Skyward, I think. Is it called Skyward? I think. Has like a tealy color, like a greenish tealy color, to the cover of it. I mean, it's black, but like the color part. Elena is reading Hell Hath No Fury by Annette Dashovy. And a hello to Glenda and to Toya. And Casey is here. And a hello to Casey. And hello to Toya, Glenda, and Elena from Casey. And hello to Toya and Casey. And Ren is here. Hello, everyone. And so is Jasmine on chapter 19 of Silver Flames. I'm more where we left off on Thursday. I was gonna pick it up this weekend, but instead I finished 3 other books instead. So I mean, I guess it's fine. Hello to Ellie and Shelby from Glenda. Did you hear that, Ellie? Glenda says hello to you. She's very busy. She's hungry. She's munching. Hello to Ren and Jasmine. Popping in to say hi and boot the light before bed. And hello to Ren and Jasmine. And to Casey. And to Glenda. It's gotta be 11 p.m. in England right now. Yeah, there it's about 5 hours. It's about 5 hours from Eastern time. Gonna work on my same book. You know what? Sometimes it'd be like that. I did see the title and cover reveals for them. So on their own, I think they're very beautiful covers. Like, I love the ombre. I don't like the ombre for the fact that none of the other books in the series are ombre and they're all a solid color. And why the hell are we introducing a sudden ombre into just solid colors? And I feel like this is just setting us up for a 3rd edition of the covers, to come out. So I'm not like super happy about that. Like, I just feel like you can't just make the last 3 ombre and then the rest going to be solid color. I think that's going to look weird on the shelf. So I'm kind of annoyed, but I'm also not a big fan of the titles. I don't know. I'm just not a big fan of them. I mean, I like the part of like the music part, but like I don't know. I'm a little iffy on the titles yet. Maybe I'll like them after I read the books. Like right now they just don't make sense to me. Hello, Sadia, and hello to Ren and Sadia, and hello to Sadia. Saw both for the covers, yeah. Can you make the edges straight? Keep messing up on my blanket. I always have to redo it, which I don't mind. I do use stitch markers, but they aren't always straight. So yeah, and say one, I use stitch markers for like my blanket, Also, I mean, they're not entirely straight. The way I kind of fudge it though on like my half double crochet blanket is what I'm gonna go ahead and do. You can kind of fudge it a little bit. Is if you add a border to it, because then the border will help pull it a little bit straighter. So they're not entirely straight. I mean, for the most part they are, but yeah. So when I go in and add a border, it will kind of straighten out the edge a little bit more. So that's what I'm doing for that. For this, I mean, the edge is just kind of, for this, the edge is just kind of straight. I'm not gonna lie. That's just kind of how it is. But yeah, like, no, my big blanket though, the edges are not entirely straight. And like, I can see it, but what the plan is just that once I'm done with all the rows, I'll go back and I'll add in a border, and the border kind of helps mask that a little bit, so you can't really tell. Otherwise, yeah, I just use stitch markers, and I always work through my last stitch. I know some people stop before it. I say being consistent, whether you work through your last stitch or if you what's it called, or if you stop in the stitch before that. I usually work through my last stitch. So that's about the only thing I have. As for my continuous granny square blanket, that one is just turning out really well. I was kind of worried about it getting kind of weird and like lopsided as I like was going, but I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. It's just coming out really well for it though. And then this blanket that I'm making my niece, I'm not too worried about the edges being straight because it's going to be a round blanket, so I'm not worried about it there. The Lindsay Clancy case is taking over my TikTok For You page. Yeah, I don't really go on TikTok that often, but it's all we talk about at work. So, but the one I'm watching, the podcast, is like a a deep dive. I don't know if it's gonna go into the court case so much, but I'm sure other people have, and I'm just gonna watch that. I don't have time to watch the actual courtroom stuff because like I don't got an extra 7 hours of my day every single day to watch that. But I am intrigued by it. Hello, everyone that said my name, from Jasmine. And I still say Lucian deserves happiness. I think he deserves happiness. I'm just not sure about Elenia, I kind of have a feeling I'm not going to be on that ship, though. I just feel like Elaine is not going to be there, Like, he's going to fixate on her, and she's just not going to, like, be with it, She's a little fixated on where I am in Aquawar, she's just a little bit fixated on this guy that, like, actually wanted to kill her sister, essentially, if he would have known that she would stay. But, I think he's going to get it, but maybe not with the girl he thinks. So, yeah, I'm just not sure about Elaine. Also, how are you liking Nightbane? I remember loving Lilark, but trudging through Nightbane, I have yet to finish the rest of the series. See, I've heard you either love Lilark and not a big fan of Nightbane, or vice versa, is what I've heard. I haven't read either, though. Hi, Nina. How are you? Definitely want to read the Oro and Grimm novellas. Yeah, I've heard mixed things about those too. Just started, so okay, not too far into it then. So one in the Goodreads comment section mentioned that the Lightlook series is similar to ACOTAR, sorry. You know what? I've heard that too. Like it's more of a YA version of it. That's what I've kind of heard. Like Oro's Tamlin and Grimm's Razan, and then that will probably make me a Grimm stan. You know what? I can get behind that. I'm hungry, that's why I'm snacking on pretzels. But I'll get food in them. I'll get real food in this first sprint. Hope Nightbane goes much better for you than it did for me. Yeah, I've heard you either love it or you hate it, and like vice versa for Lightlark. Hi Bree, how are you? can see the Tamlin and Reese comparisons. Also, not a big fan of the titles because yeah. I mean, maybe I will like after we read the books. Like they just right now they just don't make sense to me. I mean, like none of the titles have really made sense until you start reading them. For the most part, like going into Avatar, I wouldn't be able to tell you exactly what it was about, but I can like see that I read it. And then like I can see the title for Mist and Fury, like that makes sense. Wings and Ruins, I still think was a poor decision on her part though. Like it totally should have been War and Ruin. Because how are you gonna like make the acronym App War and not have war in the title? But whatever. I mean, I can see where it is with Wings and Ruin too so far, but just think it's a missed opportunity to put war in it. Silver Flames, I don't get yet either, but I mean, maybe I will. Once we get closer to the end of Apple War or reading Silver Flame. So yeah, maybe it'll make sense when we read the book. I don't know. Like the new covers, but I don't like that they don't match exactly to my understanding. The new books are a new series in the Eternal World, sort of. Yeah. So what I kind of understand is that, I mean, it's all like the same series, but like a sequel series almost. You know what I mean? So the way I'm kind of like seeing it, like you have Percy Jackson, you have the first original Percy Jackson books, 1 through 5, but now years later, Rick has gone back and wrote 6, 7, and 8 is coming out. And like it's technically part of Percy Jackson, but like it kind of isn't. That's kind of like how I'm kind of viewing it. Is like, yeah, it's part of the series, but like kind of not. But like you can't read those without reading the first part. That's kind of like what I'm viewing it as. Hello to Brie. And I think if there will be a Throne of Glass and Avatar crossover, will probably be in these new books. That's what I would think too. I almost wonder though if too many people are putting like too much into it. Like, so some of them I can see is like being compared to like the Vogue. I can see that. I can see that happening, or I can see like the Bone Carver being like in with it. Okay. Some of the ones out there though are really far fetched to me. And like one of them I saw was like the end of book 6 ends with Aelin coming in. I'm like, I don't see that happening, guys. Okay? Like I don't see like there being a big like and I'm Aelin Galathinius reveal, okay? I just don't see that happening. Got you thinking, no problem. Yeah, that's what I do for it. But yeah, I kind of just like mask it when it gets a little wonky. I'm like, we'll just mask it. It'll be fine. And borders are pretty easy to add in. Essentially, if you don't know how to do a border onto the crochet, just single crochet all the way along the side of the project, and then you can literally do whatever stitch you want to like make a border. So if you want to do like a scalloped edge or whatever, yeah, you just got a single crochet to like give you like a foundation, and then you can add in like a border for whatever stitch you want. Hi, Jen. I hope everything went smoothly coming back. Still need to finish Act War and then put my thoughts on Act Math and Act War in the Discord. Yeah, we're still reading Act War this week. Discussion will be not this Wednesday, but the following Wednesday. I'm gonna work on Act War after dinner. We're having chicken Phillies and ooh. See, I think I'm just gonna have the rest of my chicken fajitas that are in the fridge to get that finished up. And then I'll worry about stuff later. Hi, Paula. I am doing well. I mean, I had a bit of a migraine yesterday, which is why I kind of like disappeared in the middle of the afternoon because I was like hanging out and sprints stuff, and then I kind of disappeared because my head hurt. And I mean, it's kind of like a migraine hangover today, and my neck hurts like right where, because like when I had the migraine yesterday, I had all this tension in my neck right over here, and now my neck is like really tender. But I don't know if that's just because like the tension is releasing or because it was so tight yesterday that I kept like pinching that part of my neck, and now it's sore. So It's fine. I'll be fine. Hello to Paula and Jan. And a hydrate. I do actually have my water with me today. It's just over here. Both you and Paula are at your chatty point. Where's Ellie? She's eating dinner. She's just hungry. Aren't you, Ellie? You eating dinner? You munching? She's just munching right now. She's hungry. Hello to Casey. Several names, yeah, in the book for sure. Yeah, see, like sometimes I like maybe the title doesn't make sense because we haven't read it yet. Yeah, the new books state that they are part of the Valkyrie cycle. Yeah, see, I saw that little part pop up in the Discord, but I just the whole Aelin Galathynius thing. I just don't foresee that happening. I feel like that's a really far fetched. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just don't see like the ending of the book being like, and I'm Aelin Galathynius. That's what like people were posting online, like not today, like weeks ago, and I was like, I just don't see that happening. And hi, Mary. Okay, I didn't pick us a timer because that would have been sense while I was sitting here. Wait, what was that? That was cute. Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's do that one. That's cute. Move that timer down. There we go. I'm going to share the screen here before I forget. There we go. Hi to Chin and Mary. Don't think there will be character crossovers at all. At most, the Throne of Glass characters might be spoken about in the same way as Brennan and Lane. Yeah, like I don't think they're in the same like timeline. That's the thing, and like I think like the biggest crossover we're gonna get with like the characters seeing each other is that part in Throne of Glass where Aelin is falling through the worlds and she falls through for the end. I think that's like the closest we're gonna get. But like there was no like actual interaction really. Maybe there'll be creature slash yeah, and I can see that happening, or like you said, like a mention of it, like Brennan and Elena. I can see that happening. But see the characters meeting. I don't foresee that. I feel like Throne of Glass is like a very complete series, and like it ended as like this is it, like this is the final part of it. And hi to Glenda and everyone from Mary. But yeah, that I feel like yeah, there will probably be a bit of a crossover, but it might be more like we've been talking on sprints like the Bone Carver or something being like in the other worlds, or like or the comparisons to Reese and Maeve. I can see like maybe that coming into play, but or like maybe one of the other brothers came over to like Prythian or something. Like, I feel like there's like that kind of crossover. I don't think there's gonna be like an Aelin or Rowan or like any of that kind of like them popping up. I don't foresee that happening. I just feel like it's not gonna happen, that like that kind of crossover. I feel like yeah, we'll probably get like a crossover, but like I said, it'll be more like a creature slash magic crossover. I can totally see the creature one happening, especially with the new covers, because if you look on book 7, there's a spider, and I already put this in the general chat of the Discord. Um, that if there are spiders like there are in that scene in Tower of Dawn that I freaked out on camera for, I mean, you guys couldn't hear my actual words I was saying. And I'll have a recording of that part. You could just watch me like losing my shit on camera. Which then if you go over to Jesse's stream for I think Jesse was sprinting for Kooky at that time. I'm like losing my shit and Jesse's just like losing it on her camera. Because I'm losing it. You're freaking out. I'm like, y'all are gonna see that happen if there are spiders. And it's like that scene. Y'all are gonna watch me lose it. Absolutely lose it. Love, love, love Aaron. I hope Aaron gets their time to shine in the new ones, you know? I'm thinking one of the other brothers with improving. Yeah, see, I feel like that's gonna happen. I could even see it being like a twist of like the bone carver being one of the other brothers. I almost feel like that would like be like a potential like option. Find out what Amron was actually what sorry. Find out hoping we find out, Jesus Christ, I can't talk today. What Amron actually is. I think she could fall into the magic creature crossover. Yeah, I could see that happening too. Because I mean, we just don't ask questions. And you know what? Good for Reese. We just don't ask questions. We're like, you know what? Amron's pretty chill. We don't need to know. You know what? I admire that about him. He just doesn't care. He's like, yep, that's cool. You can just come and join the court. It's fine. Oh my gosh, look, Ellie's done eating. She's slurping. That was a very loud drink, but that was very healthy. She's gonna go back to munching now. Ooh, and Shelby's out. Hi, Shelby. Hi. Have you forgiven me for the vacuum? Ooh, you gonna come over and say hi to everyone before we go into a sprint? Yeah, come here. Hi. Oh, big girl. Yes, come say hello to everyone before we go into a sprint. Show them your little void face. You know what? You see, her eyes are wide open. This is the face that I see all the time. She just has her little void face. She has really pretty blue eyes if she lets you see them, but most of the time she doesn't. She just has a black void for a face, which is okay. That's okay. You can have your little void face. It's just a little creepy at night sometimes. All right, there's our Shelby sighting for the day. She may not come back. She may get angry at me for picking her up, so that'll be the only time we get to see her today. But like I said, I'm gonna work on finishing up this little part of this row in the scarf so that I can start the next row next time. I mean I don't have that much. It's literally like this much here. And then I'm gonna get something to eat, and then we'll get started on this blanket for my sister. And then once this podcast is over, I'm actually gonna also go look for my headphones while dinner is heating up and see if I can find them because I don't know where I put them. And that's kind of upsetting because, like I said, those are my favorite ones. So I don't know what I would have done with them. Again, I lose these things all the time. This is like the 18th time I lost it. I should just buy a second set, but you know, here we are. I don't even know where they came from. Like, I don't know where my mom got them from because I just took them from my mom. So it's fine. All right. I will see you guys in 75. Welcome back, guys. How did we do? I could not find my headphones. I don't know what I did with them. I'm gonna have to investigate my car tomorrow because I swear I put them in my cup holder, but I didn't see them in there yesterday. Or maybe I didn't put them in the cup holder. Maybe I threw them on my passenger seat. I don't know. But either way, I finished the one podcast I was watching, and then I found this lawyer on YouTube here who did like 30 minutes to an hour long breakdowns of each day in court. So I'm in the middle of watching day one there. I'm almost done with day one. I have like 6 minutes left of it. Ooh, I messed that up. That's not like that. Oh my gosh. And then I started Kara's blanket after I finished eating. Wait 1 second until I finish this. I'm gonna mess up otherwise. That's 2, 3, and I need a 4th one. And one. Okay, anyways. I started Kara's blanket. I'm gonna make myself bigger so you guys can see it. This is what I got so far. I'm on round 6, but I decided to do a center pull from this, and it was a very big chunk that came out, like bigger than normal. So then I was like, okay, well, I can't stop working on this until I finish off the center chunk because I don't want to leave all the excess yarn laying around because I've already had issues with someone whose name starts with an S. Yeah, I don't know who that would be. Would you, Shelby? And Meows also want to know who that is, Shelby? He's playing with it. So I just spent like the last 10 minutes of this point untangling the part that was on the floor. Yeah, well, it was in Shelby's mouth. So, and I got Nutella on myself. So yeah, anyways, I gotta finish up this whole chunk that is down here. I don't want to close the camera, but like I got all this stuff down here that we still gotta do. So we're gonna keep working on that. Until I get that chunk done. So I guess we'll just keep going on this until that's done. Because again, I just don't want to leave it like sitting on the floor because someone's playing with it. Yeah, would you have any idea who that is? Oh, look, you're coming back. Well, not into the chocolate, ma'am. Mine. Swear to God. You were asleep all day long until I started doing this stuff. So yeah, I'll read in the next sprint, but I gotta finish up this chunk first. I don't know what I'm gonna read though. Not my audiobook because I can't buy my headphones. So I guess we'll figure something out. But thank you guys for hanging out today. And Elena read 103 pages, 14 chapters in, and 27% into the book. Amazing. And hi, Christina. Just looking as I'm doing silent sprints for book club today. She's like kicking me over here. But wanted to show some love. Hi, thank you. For you, Christina. And sorry, that's also for you, Christina. Is it because my hair is touching you? Is that the problem? You don't like that? Does it feel like your tail when my hand touches you? And you don't like when your tail touches you either. Yeah. Meow all you want. Or murp, whatever it is you're doing. Chitter. Check the laundry, take men, stretch, and sizzle, look to like. But no, make sure you send me the best so you get notified. Thank you, Christina. And that one, once we hydrate again, that's okay. And again, thank you guys for hanging out today. Had a Christina. Jen finished making dinner, poured some wine, took my mother-in-law somewhere. Okay. And got to chapter 35 in Act Jen, I don't remember where I am in that book. Wherever we were on Thursday is where I am. Wherever that is. Listening to an ARC. ADHD is awesome. Is it still available? We were just talking about my ADHDness at work today. Because my ears had turned it off. Well, there's actually a lot of ADHD books. You just type in ADHD into you just type in ADHD. There's actually quite a few books that pop up on McAlley. None of that, but ooh, that one sounds interesting. Request. Not the book that you popped up. I'm guessing that one's not available right now, or at least not for me. However, there are other ADHD books, and I like that little diagram of the molecule there. All dogs have ADHD. Well, yeah, I bet Ellie does. Recently added audio books. Interesting. Anyways, that's a little rabbit hole for me to go down later. Thank you, though. Toy read 51 pages. Isn't it ironic that Ellie is playing with the yarn? It is so ironic that Ellie is playing with the yarn. Actually, Ellie did get tangled in the yarn, too, which did not help because, Shelby was fucking around with it. And then Ellie walked through it. Well, actually, Ellie laid down on it, and then I went, Ellie, get up. You can't lay there. And then she got up, and then she, got it tangled around her foot and was, dragging it. So I think I got it untangled for the most part again. So I don't know. By my estimates, I probably got to do 3 to 4 more rounds before I'm out. We'll see how accurate that is. But I am on round. Did I say 5? I might have lied. It might be 6. I'm on round 6. That's a lie. So we're getting there. We're getting there. Oh yeah. You can see it again. It's not very far into it, but this is all the further I got into it. It's gonna be one of those flower bouquet ones for my niece. Her favorite color is blue, so I let her pick the make. She doesn't know what it's gonna be. She just knows I'm making a blanket. But I gave her the Karen Cloud Cakes perfect phasing. I let her pick off of those, and she picked this bluish one because this is her favorite color, blue. And then I got 2 cakes of that, so that's going to be the base. I think I'm going to use 2 cakes for it. I guess we'll see how big it is after I get through this one cake. And then I'll do bluish flowers or around the base of it as well. I'm going to need to get some kind of greenish for probably the stems. I haven't decided on that one yet. That's a future problem for me, along with getting the rest of the colors. But I'll probably do flower color wise, I'll probably do a darker blue like this for one of them, and then maybe a white, and maybe a lighter blue, kind of like the glacier that I just used on the fantasy blanket for Son of Neptune. So that'll probably be the plan, that kind of light shade of blue. But yeah, for right now, it's just, a nice solid blue. I'm kind of excited. I mean, it's going to be a while until we start getting into the ombre part, though. But it's just kind of what it is. What stitch is it? It's just double crochets is all it is. So I started with a slip knot, and then I chained 4 and then made that into a circle instead of making a magic ring, because I think that's easier for this kind of stuff for me anyways. And then you chain 2 after you slip stitch the chain 4 to the chain 1, chain 2 and then put 11 double crochets in, and then you just increase it every round. So like the first round after that, after you put in your 11 double crochets, which will be 12 with the chain, you put in 2 in each spot, and then the next round you do chain 2 double crochet, so that's 1 double crochet, and then put another double crochet in, 1 in the next spot, chain 1, 2, 1, chain 2, and then you keep going around. You just keep adding 1 more spot of the double around is all I'm doing right now, so that it's just incrementally getting a little bit bigger as we go around. But yeah, right now I'm on round 6, so it's 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, and then that keeps repeating around, and then I'll add 1 more 1, so there'll be 5 1s in the next round. Took a nap in those sprints. Hey, I wish I could take a nap sometimes. Here's the thing. Shelby's favorite toy is feathers. I just don't have any feathers for her. I just have run out, and I need to go get her some feathers. Thank you, Jean. This is what I need. Okay, but okay, fine. It won't let me click on the link in back of house because it's rude. It's loading, don't worry. Thank you. There we go. You know I like that stuff, so. No, I got it from your link, don't worry. But yeah, thank you for sending it to me on Instagram too. That'll work. Oh, that's so healthy, Ellie. Thank you so much for drinking your water. Yeah, I like the chain 4 start for a blanket instead of the magic ring anyways. I actually really hate making magic rings. I don't know why, but my brain just has a harder time. I can do it, but my brain has a harder time comprehending it for some reason, and I struggle, and then I get mad. And it's just easier to chain 4 and make that into the magic ring to me. It's just easier. Ellie is a little bit moody. You should see. She's standing guard at the door. She's like, her tail is very up, and she's just standing there. Okay, now she's gonna sit down. But she's just like being a little bit of a weirdo. And yeah, what I think the problem is when she was sitting over here is that my hair was like, when I was moving, my hair was like brushing her like that. And I don't think she liked that feeling because she doesn't like when her tail brushes her back either. Thank you. Have to write the review for LeVar Burton. See, ooh, okay, maybe we'll spin the wheel and we'll see what it says for me to read in the next one after I finish this stuff. We'll see what it says. Okay, get out of the craft wheel. Oh my god, I gotta watch an ad. How long is this ad? Okay, it's not that long. Reading roulette wheel. Forgot that I turned this all the way up. Okay, it says alchemize, which means I have to restart the book again because I don't really remember what was happening and I haven't picked it up in a month and a half again. So I'll be restarting that, but it's fine. It's fine. That'll fine. Yeah, and then probably the last sprint, I probably won't do reading roulette, and I'll just pick up my arc, which is Kiss the Black Flame, and we'll go from there. Because I did renew the loan on on queer mythology. So I actually have that for another 3 weeks now too. So I'm not like super worried about getting that one done. Besides, I think that one will fit better for a different 72 day board. And right now I'm doing the Dark Path, which I know Kiss of the Black Flame works for, and I finished Psycho, and then I'm reading Dracula for that as well, and then potentially ACOWAR as well will fit in there if I finish it in time, which we may make myself finish it, or I'll just extend it by a few days. It'll be fine. Ellie is very delicate. Yeah, she doesn't like when her tail brushes her back, and I think my hair. Now I'm thinking about it, was just like brushing her like that, and she didn't like it. From Reading Rainbow. Oh, I missed that. Oh wait, why do you go away? I got to page 21 of This Ain't Our First Rodeo by Lyra Timmy. Sure. A YA romance, cowboy romance. I haven't read too many. Why not just read the Kiss book? You know what? You right. We'll see. We'll see how long. I feel bad because I've had Alchemize for like 6 something months now, and it's my friend's book, and I feel bad about it. She hasn't asked about it though, so maybe she forgot she lent it to me, or I do a power move and I gift it to her for Christmas. I just return it for Christmas. Is that what I should do? Like, here's your Christmas present. Here's your book back. That she probably doesn't even know she let me at this point. I feel like really bad. Like I have felt like I should just buy this book because I just haven't even freaking picked it up. Like I picked it up and I put it down and I pick it up. But you know what? I might just read Kiss of the Black Flame because that one's more interesting, and not that Alchemize isn't interesting. I just don't think I'm far enough into Alchemize to like be like engaged with it, and I feel like maybe I'm reading too many things at one time, and it might actually just work out better for me to wait until like October or November to read Alchemize. It really might, um just because I'm co-hosting another readathon in September. I'm a co-host for Mystic, and here's the thing. Nell asked me to be a hunter for it, and when I gotta compete against everyone else and I'm gonna ruin everyone else's plans, I read a lot more, and I probably admittedly won't pick up 1,000-page book to read then. Like voluntarily. Like I know we're probably gonna be reading what? Silver Flames then, and I might do that, but it just might be like an October thing at this point. Thank you guys for hanging out. LeVar Burton biography isn't an audio. That's okay. That's okay. I don't mind reading like actual nonfiction books. I don't mind it. We could read Alchemize in September, October, or November. I'll have most of my arcs done. Yeah, it might just be an October thing. Cause like I said, in September, I just can't see myself voluntarily picking up like 1,000-page book when I'm supposed to be ruining everyone else's reading plans. Although that would be a great thing to boom, here you go. If I was reading Alchemize though, and I was trying to sabotage a team, I would not tell you guys I was reading it. It'd be a top secret thing because I wouldn't want someone using the card then to actually have my points influence their team instead of being destructive to their team. I would want to keep it top secret. You guys wouldn't even know I was reading it then. One of my friends has to read wants to read Alchemist by. Yeah. I've been prioritizing other things like staying on top of Massverse. I could easily read Alchemist and get behind a Massverse, but I don't want to do that. So I'll just stick with the Massverse right now. Like I said, well, Massverse will be taking a break in December anyways. So maybe then, because I'll have time to fill in with a huge book. Once to read Alchemize. Yeah, so yeah, maybe it'll probably be most likely it'll either be an October or a December thing, is what I'm thinking. Most likely. Because I think we're set to read The First Crescent City in November currently. And that's a chunky book. It really is. It's really chunky. Not that Silver, you know what, Silver Flames is also chunky, so I don't even think it matters at this point. And I mean, I read Kingdom of Ash, and like, but yeah, Anyways, we'll get set up for or second sprint. I had to think. So we'll do another 75. Like I said, I'm gonna keep working on this until I get all this middle pole done. Are you submitting for ARC August? I am. I just submitted. I didn't post anything in the Discord, but I submitted 3 books over the weekend. I'm gonna click on the comments so it's not like that. I am submitting for ARC August. I submitted 3 books over the weekend, but they weren't ARCs. But I did finish 3 books over the weekend. I finished Psycho 2, Heartstopper Volume 6, which is only half points, but and then I finished Perks of Being a Wallflower. So I submitted all 3 of those yesterday, actually. What was the Secret Social? I didn't actually submit anything for week 2 because it was gonna be Kiss of the Black Flame, but that's really hard when you're only 15% into the book to submit it, But for this week, I think I'm going to read it's not super long. So I have a few options for Secret Society this week. I'm gonna go to my NetGalley shelf real quick. So I either have Domcom because I know Allie wanted to buddy read that last year during NetGalley November, and I never got around to it. So I have that one. I also have Milking with the Minotaur that I got because of Allie, which I could read, or Paramore I got because of Atia last year for ARC August. So I feel like any of those 3 could fit in for this week's prompts. So, or I could read one of like an anthology maybe for our team as well, because like the only reason I would pick it up is because of it's because of Allie. I would again pick that up. So I have those options. I just don't know which one I'm going to read yet. Page wise, for shortest pages, I think Paramore I think is like 400 pages. Yeah, Paramore is 434. Domcom doesn't have an archive date. Okay. Is 416. That's super weird that it doesn't have an archive date, but okay. The anthology is 304, so I might be doing that one because Secret Society and our prompts. And Milking with the Minotaur, I want to say is 3 something. 323. So it'll be one of those 4 that I pick up this week. And I already finished a book, so I can pick up something else. Really like Domcom and Milking with the Minotaur. It was well written. And what can I finish before Friday? It's probably going to be the anthologies, which I may pick up tonight already. I'm still debating. I know like it just ruled Alchemize, but depending on how much time I have left after I finish this, I may actually just go ahead and pick up the anthology one and start that one, because that will, I think, will be easier to stop because like you just finish off one story in it and then you just stop, for the night. Whereas with like Kiss of the Black Flame is like something intense is happening. I want to keep reading, so I may just pick that up actually because it's already downloaded on my Kindle, so I just have to find where the file is on my Kindle because I've had it for a while. No, I don't have the audio for any of them. The only audio arc I have right now is Blood Ex Libris, which I can't find my headphones for, and I don't know what I did with them. I have another set of headphones. It's just I think they're probably dead because I just don't use those ones as much. So I actually have 2 other sets of headphones. I think they're just probably both dead because I just don't use them as much. I prefer my one set the most. I just don't know where the hell They are. Like, I don't know if they're in my car. Like, I know I had them. I know I had them Friday night because I was listening to Psycho 2 while I was sitting here at the table. But what I did with them after that, I don't remember. I feel like I had them somewhere. The only anthology I have is Pervert. I got the audio and ebook for Moking. Yeah, I only got the ebook. I probably could have gotten the audio if I had like thought that far ahead, but I did not. And I don't immersion read well, so I just never thought of it. Um, but I'll probably just do the anthologies because I think that'll be easy enough to read. I just gotta get my Kindle out of my bag. It's still up in the kitchen. I was gonna read it at lunch today. Then we had a drug rep come in and tell me why both the doctors were assholes and left me alone in the lunchroom with this rep. So then he was talking to me like I'm supposed to care about this drug. I can't even prescribe it. And then they were like, "What does so and so prescribe?" And I'm like, "Not your drug." And he goes, "Well, what does he prescribe?" And I was like, "He prescribes Triptyr and Vive." And he goes, "You know that has really bad coverage." And I'm like, "Yeah, I know it has really bad coverage because I get all the messages saying people can't afford it, and then I have to go ask them for something else." Like, I don't know what you want me to do. The man's gonna do what the man wants to do. He's the doctor. I just write the prescription. I just put the prescription in the computer, attach his name to it, and send it off to the pharmacy. That's all I have to do. I don't do anything else with it. That's his problem. But yeah, I'll probably do that though, guys. I'll finish up this, and I'll start the anthology. That's gonna be the plan so that I can get it done before Friday. All right, I'll stop yapping now because I've been yapping forever, and I'll see you guys again in 75. Welcome back. How did we do? I turned the camera on for a little bit because Ellie came with the cuddle. Didn't you say I came with the cuddle a little bit? Yes, I just wanted to cuddle. But I did start 52 Stories That Will Scare You to Death. I'm already 9% in. I don't know. I can't remember how many pages I said this one was. Tis, let it think. Just over 300 pages. So, it doesn't, really tell me on my Kindle. It only does locations, but it says I have like 3 hours and 48 minutes left in the book, and I just started it during that sprint. I've read a few of the stories already, like I'm like story 4 or something like that. But I did start that sprint out continuing to work on the blanket. I have it marked where I am right now. I'd have to let the camera think what it's doing there real quick while I look this up. Sorry, I have to think. Yeah, I am on 8. I had to think. What I should do though is make a note of what I am. Chain to DC 7, DC 1, DC increase. Just gotta jot down where I am in the pattern. Double crochet, comma. Okay. Yeah, there we go. That way I just know where I am. But yeah, I got through round 8. We got through the little tuff from the middle. So it's kind of collapsed back in on itself too. But yeah, we got through round 8. I don't know when I'll pick it up again whenever the wheel says so. But that's a pretty good start to our blanket, I'm content with it. And it's really soft yarn. I actually really like the texture of it. It's very soft. Very soft. But then yeah, I went and started 52 Stories That'll Scare You to Death, which I have as an arc. I'm gonna keep reading it for a little bit in our final sprint. Probably only about half the sprint. I kind of want to. So, if I'm reading this for our Secret Society challenge, um, it has 5 technical chapters. So I figure if I just read like a chapter a day, then I'll finish it Friday night and I can write the review real quick and then submit it. So I think I'm just gonna try to get through this first chapter here, or like roughly between 20 and 25% ish, which I think I'll be able to manage because, like I said, I'm already at like 9%, and I literally have only been reading it for like 17 minutes, something like that. So, and then I'll go back to Kiss of the Black Flame, and I'll read that one then. But I am liking it so far, although I'm on the 4th story. I've already actually heard the 2. The very first one it told me I've known about for a long time because it was a paranormal story, but Ghost Adventures has gone there, so I already knew about that one, but it's okay. It's okay. It didn't tell me anything I didn't know. Oh my gosh, just keep scrolling. No, don't leave. Don't leave us. Don't leave. Don't leave. Don't leave us. I gotta go do her bedtime routine at the start of the next sprint. Don't leave us yet. Yeah, just be cute. Hi, Paul. How much longer will we be on for? Okay, she left us. It's fine. We're gonna do one more 75. I'm gonna stop the timer here. But yeah, we're gonna do one more 75. Because then that will It's 9:30 here now, and like I do work in the morning, so it'd be like probably close to 11ish when we finish then. And hello, Paul. Brittany Shea is sprinting, thank you, and as is Raven. And Paula finished up her sprints for the night. I was lurking over there. I didn't have anything to share for dinner tonight because I just ate leftovers from last week, technically. But I'll make dinner tomorrow or something. I don't know what yet, though. I haven't decided. For tonight, thank you for the clarification because we still got a few weeks of August. And hello, Allie, reading When the Time Comes by Gabrielle Meyer, 59% in. Hope you're enjoying that. Actually, I haven't heard of that one. Hello to Allie. Ellie was trying to get the hand in the perfect spot. Yeah, she really was. Oh my god, where did it go? Watch, I probably set something down on top of it. Yeah, I did. I was like petting her, and I didn't realize it. Just like was like went to go shift my hand, but like this little tuft of fur was coming out when I was petting her like that, and I was like, "Oh, forgot you, fairy beast." So we need to throw that one away. That's why I turned the camera on though, because she was like being up here, and I was like, "Oh, well, I'll pet you on camera for everyone to see you." Hello, Elisa. Just reading my nonfiction book. I do enjoy a nonfiction book. Just finished one review for The Housewife. Amazing. Hey, Paul's in his bed. Give Princess Ellie kisses from me. I will. She's like laying on the floor now, but because I stopped petting her. Would say do the same for Shelby and Maverick, but I don't know how they are with affection. Shelby, she'll let me do this. There, Shelby. Oh, sorry, I scared you. Yes, there. She'll accept a nice, gentle head rub. Mavi is at my mom's house, but he will accept all the love. Maverick loves affection. Let me find the picture I took of him this weekend. Of course, I take the picture of my Mavi this weekend. So, yeah, Mavi stays at our mom's house because, oh, that was weird. Why did you do that? Anyways, Mavi stays at my mom's house because he's technically my mom's cat. But Mavi is like the bestest cat ever. Sorry, Shelby, he's just really affectionate. And I thought I wanted a really affectionate cat, but I actually like that he's at my mom's house because then I just get short bursts of affection from a cat, and then I don't need like Shelby is much more tame and doesn't need as much attention. But look at him and Ellie. Look at them. They're slapping together. That's because Maverick was cuddled up next to me on the couch on the other side, but I got up to go to the bathroom and he didn't like that, so he went and cuddled with Ellie. But yes, Mavi loves attention. He loves all the love. Hello, Megan. And hello to Ellie. Yeah, Ellie was up here. She's sleepy though. Good night, Paula. Take care and have a good sleep. And a hello to Megan. Hello back to Glenda. I have 3.5 pages left in chapter 43 of Act 4. See, look, you're making progress. I don't even know where I am, Jen. I have to get the book out. Well, one, I need the book for tomorrow, anyways. No, not yet. In a second. I promise. When we go into our last sprint, you and I will go do that. I don't want to say the word right now because then you'll freak out. Okay, where were we? 133 is where we were. Or you said 43? That's pretty good progress, Jen. Left in 43. Okay, so go to the end of. Jen, that's pretty good progress. Like that's a chunk like this big. That's pretty good progress. That's like tomorrow's problem. I will try to be better about actually reading during all my sprints tomorrow. I think theoretically I should, because I think I should finish with work early enough that I'll have time to read. Actually, but we shall see. Is there anything that like urgently happens in that chunk? Should I bring it with me to work tomorrow? Because I feel like I could get a good chunk if people just don't talk to me. Read to page 380, 60% in When the Day Comes by Gabrielle Meyer. It's really good. 4.5 star. Ooh, look at that. I did finish those books this weekend. Only my reread was a 5 star. What are the ones that I finished this weekend? Oh, I shouldn't say that. Heartstopper was clearly a 5 star too. Really, the only one that was like a 3.5 was Psycho 2, and it's just because I would have preferred if they were, in Norman's point of view a little bit more, but it's fine. No, nothing wrong with this page. Just restart. Yeah, see, there you go. Fixed it. Sometimes the screen. Yeah. Just click, refresh. Thank you. Hello to Glenda, Alicia, and Jean, and anyone else I missed. And hello, Sherry, reading An Arc of Ashes of the Altar. Ooh, I like that title. I want to read 50 pages tonight. Well, like I said, we're going to do one more 75 yet. And thank you guys for hanging out with me. And hello to Sherry. Watching scenes with Hayden Panettiere and crying. I don't know who that is. I was still watching Lawyer Lee and her giving a synopsis of the Lindsay Clancy case. Because she has like every day in court summarized. And I was like, oh, that'd actually be perfect. Cause like I've heard stuff and like I follow the news articles, but I actually would just like to watch the video. So I've just been like listening to it. Well, what end up may be happening is I may just keep reading 50 True Stories That Will Scare You to Death, because like I can read that and listen to the TV at the same time and still follow along with both. I feel like with Kiss of the Black Flame, I'll get really drawn in to the book, and then I won't be listening to anything that's on the TV, and then I'll have to go back and rewatch everything. Or the opposite will happen, and I won't read it all because I'll be invested. Ellie's shedding. Ellie's always shedding. Ellie never stops shedding. Historical fiction, time travel. Okay, look at that. So far, it's been on hold with Libby since February. I have a time travel book on my Kindle by Sarah Emmer. It's on KU. I can't remember the it's by Sarah Emmer. It's like Timekeepers of Lebanon or something like that. It's on KU. She's a local Ohio author, which is why I've been wanting to read it, but like clearly it's just been sitting on my KU borrow for a while. But it's like a time traveler, like with fantasy elements in it too. Guess Ellie isn't. No, she's not. Absolutely not. Like, I know it sounds like I send her to the groomer a lot, and I do. She goes every 4 weeks, but it's because she sheds like a beast. Like, things Ellie has been compared to. Tiny little Ellie. Shedding worse than a full-grown German Shepherd. Miniature Husky. Those are the two things I've been told she's like. And I'm like, yeah, well, with the amount of fur she sheds, yeah, I'm really surprised she's not bald, but yeah, that'd be accurate. She sheds everywhere. Everywhere. I love that book. I read it. I've read the next 2 in the series too and enjoyed them even more. Hoping to get to book 4 soon. Ooh. Kind of reminds me of, I don't know why the title just reminded me of that. God, it's like Tunnels or something. It's my, I think his name is Gordon. Oops. Tunnels. Gordon Williams. Yes. So I've never finished this book series, I don't think. But I kind of like, I've read the first 2 at least twice though. And I know I've started reading some of the other ones. Let me go on to Goodreads and see. Tunnels. Gordon. Roderick Gordon. Okay, well, I was close enough with the freaking name. Yeah, Yeah, so it's like a YA book. The first one is called Tunnels. How far have I read into the series? Oh, I've only read half the series. It was so good. Like it's a YA sci-fi book. Um, where like this kid discovers this underground tunnel, and it's like these people live underneath the earth, and they're like trying to escape, but like he gets to the top and then he goes back down, and it's actually quite an interesting series. It really is. I know that sounds really weird, but like I kind of want to go back and finish that. I think that what held me up is I don't think my library had book 4, and I think that's what held me up. Is like if you guys don't have book 4, how the hell am I going to continue the series? Like I can't go from 3 to 5. That'd be stupid. I think that was a problem with that. Why I didn't ever finish that one. Not Hoopla, Libby. Yeah, I know you can't find that book because I already returned it. Oh, I have to read How to Fake It in Society this week, unless I can renew it. Nope, I cannot. Tunnels series. Okay, well, I want to see the whole series. Don't be rude. Yeah, that's the problem. They don't have all the books in the series. Like, we got 1. We don't got book 2 at all. They don't have book 4. That's why I never finished this series, is because they don't have everything. I'm guessing it wasn't a very popular one, but like, again, why library? Why do you have books 1, 2, 3, 6? You can't just skip out the middle 2 books. That's why I never finished the series. I guarantee it is because they didn't have it. Who's Psycho 2 by Robert Bloch? Same one who wrote the original Psycho. There's actually 3 Psycho books. They're not very long. Psycho, like the first Psycho book, amazing. Loved it. 2, I just made a short about it today. It's gonna go up tomorrow, the day after that. I don't know. It's gonna go up this week. My problem with it is that I would have preferred to be in Norman's point of view, even though it's written in third person. Like they don't hang out with Norman too much. They're like with other people, like talking about the things Norman is doing, and I would have preferred to be in Norman's point of view yet, like while he was doing the crimes. Like I would have preferred that, like in book 1, but they don't do that. Hidden Identity was the ice in the Ice Princess. Oh, see, here's the thing. Alicia. I don't know people's names. That's really bad of me, but like I don't tend to remember people's, especially celebrities. I'm really bad about it. I'm also really bad about knowing my coworkers' names. Like my only comment today was they just hired way too many people with the names start with M, and I'm not gonna know any of them their names because they all start with M, and I'm like, that's too many M's. You guys should have not done that. No, I'm just horrible with names. I would recognize like a face and necessarily the name. I'll have to look it up. Put book 2 of Gabrielle Meyer series on hold with Libby, and it says 10 weeks wait. Okay. That's not, I mean, personal opinion, 10 weeks isn't about that bad for my Libby. It's not unusual for it to just say several months for me, for most things. So, Ones and Heroes in Nashville. I watched her on the soaps. One Life to Live and Guardian Light. She was like 3 when she started. Okay. Also, hello to Christina. Okay. Yeah, see, I'm not very familiar with people's names. Really, I'm not. I try. I like remember your guys' names, but like, don't ask too many questions. Don't ask too much, guys. We're lucky I can remember characters in books half the time. Sometimes I just go, "What's his face?" That guy. That's exactly what I was doing for shippers. I was like, couldn't remember the one guy's name at first. I was like, it's the other guy. I'm really bad with names, guys. It's not funny, but it kind of is. Anyways, like I said, we're gonna do one more 75. I know for sure I'm going to start out with 50 True Stories That Will Scare You to Death. I may switch over to Kiss of the Black Flame midway through. But depending on how invested I am in watching this TV part, I may just end up keep reading this. Like I said, I'm already 9% in, so I feel like that's pretty good. And I mean, it says I have like 3 hours and 40-ish minutes, and I just started. So we'll see. We'll see. I do got to take Miss L out, but we may just continue with that. Much shorter than wait for book one, and I usually just get several months. Like that's all my Libby wants to say most of the time. It's actually why I've kind of stopped listening to as many audiobooks this year is because Libby just like doesn't want to have any of the books I want available. I'm like, okay, well, I don't have time to wait 8 months for the book. So I mean I do have a few audiobooks yet, but like I just don't have nearly as many this year as I have in previous years. But that's okay. All right, we'll do one more 75 and then we'll do one last chatty bit. So I will see you guys then. Welcome back from that final sprint. How did we do? I ended up getting to 23% in 52 stories that will scare you to death. Let's see that in there. 52 stories. It took it a minute to pop up on Store here. Oh, it's not even technically. Oh, it doesn't publish until the 28th of this month. Wow. Wow, impressive. Okay, currently reading a track 23. Here we go. Gotta track it on everything before I forget. There we go. Now it's in all the places. Track it. Oh, that's an update on here. Let me go to that. I finished that book. Don't need to be here. Didn't realize I didn't have my perks on Goodreads. Now it's, oh my god, I clicked it the wrong thing. Yeah, that looks better. Okay. But yeah, I got to 23% in that one. So I mean, that worked out pretty quickly actually. I don't know how many stories I read because it doesn't like number them at all, but a really good chunk of them already. So here we go. Hidden advocate for domestic V and postpartum, and she got dropped by bruh. What trash of Neutrogena to do that? Absolute trash. I did see that actually on. I remember seeing that. I didn't remember the name, but I usually scrolled like the stories up on my little bottom bar at work on my little the computer. We have like this little bar that pops up the news stories. I do remember seeing that now. I didn't remember reading her name, but I remember reading that she was like 36. I remember that part, and I was like, oh, because I just went through because Snapchat wanted to tell me I had 4 notifications, and it's just because they wanted me to look at the Daily Mail. Because sometimes I like to read it, but like not every day. Jen headed off to bed. See you tomorrow evening after her class for masters. Yes, so Jen will just be a ton of bit late. She has class at the beginning there, but she would join us afterwards. Good night, Jen. I'll be starting from theoretically 33 unless I read any in the morning, which theoretically if I get up on time I will have a little bit of time in the morning, so we'll see. We'll see how that goes for me. Angie popped in. Sorry, spring and popped into the light. Thank you. Yeah, and say yeah. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit longer. Hello to Angie. Have a good sleep and take care. Well, I also took Ellie out during that. There we go. And thank you guys for hanging out. Ellie got to 423, 69% in when the day comes. And Glenna switched to Tell the Ghost I'm Gone by Kaylin Bayron for August got to 30%. Amazing. And Jasmine got to part 2 on chapter 27 of Silver Flames. Perfect. I'm gonna mute that before it goes off again. Not that it'll go off, but it'll go off like tomorrow night during sports or some stupid otherwise. But yeah, that is it for me tonight. I probably will go and read in bed for a little bit of Kiss of the Black Flame. But then theoretically, if I get up on time and stuff tomorrow morning, I should have a little bit of time to read. So I may pick up ACOWAR a little bit and read some. I kind of wanted to read some this weekend, but obviously that did not happen. So, but I mean, these next few chapters are kind of short, so I may get those done. We'll see. We'll see. And I should theoretically have a longer lunch tomorrow. So yeah, I may make sure my headphones are charged so that I can just like listen to stuff and power through this. Oh, is there another part coming up? It looked like there was a break. Part 3. Okay, maybe that'll be the goal for tomorrow, to get up to part 3, which is like through chapter 50. Maybe that'll be the goal for tomorrow. You're welcome, Megan. And yes, mass sprints tomorrow at 6:30. I do already have them scheduled. And then the next sprints after that will be Friday for 72 days. The theme for this coming weekend is staycation. I don't know what I all have planned. Yeah, I don't really know what I have all planned for it yet. Guess we'll find out what I have planned. We'll figure it out. Then on Wednesday, Jen will host for Mass first, and then yes, Thursday is Jesse's turn. That's rude of you to hibernate. I notice it does that sometimes. How is Kiss of the Black Flame? It's pretty good so far. I'm only a few chapters in. I didn't end up reading that one at all. Tonight here on Sprints, I only read 50 True Stories That Will Scare You to Death, and I got to 23% in that one. So, I mean, that one's easier to, like, just read. And that one's just, I guess, in general, reading a little bit faster. Because the Black Flame requires a little bit more, like, I need to pay attention to the story and not have to pay attention to a story and then, like, watching the TV, because I've been watching, like, the Lindsay Clancy case and stuff. So, I mean, with the 50 True Stories, it'll, like, they're just smaller chunks for me to read. So I can, like, read one and then, like, stare at the TV for a little bit and then go back and read another one. Whereas with, like, Kiss of the Black Flame, I'm going to have to, like, actually, like, sit here and read, which, like I said, I'll probably read this until I go to bed or something. But this one, it switches POVs, like, every chapter or so, I think. Yeah, about every chapter. I mean, you get a few chapters where it's like back to back the same character, but like it's dual point of view. So it's going well. I like dual. I like well, not just dual point of view. I like multi point of views. And you're welcome, Allie. Jean finished a review and submitted 2 books. Perfect. So yeah, the ones I submitted this weekend were arcs, so I didn't write reviews for them, but still I submitted 3 books over the weekend. And you're welcome, Glenda. And yes, I will be back tomorrow night. Which reminds me, I should totally message them the link for tomorrow night so that they can get in. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. I may pop into sprints during lunch and stuff. We'll have to see if I go to lunch super early or not. I have a few procedures tomorrow, so I may need to go in early and make sure that stuff is actually clean. So we'll see. But otherwise, I will see you guys tomorrow.